But I took the award as an endorsement of our own struggle in South Africa and the manner in which we have tried to carry out that struggle under very difficult circumstances in our country. And the award is a great encouragement to all of us. For I must say, I regarded the award as not just to Albert Luthuli, but to South Africa, particularly to the struggling people of South Africa.
Whatever may be the future of our freedom efforts, our cause is the cause of the liberation of people who are denied freedom. Only on this basis can the peace of Africa and the world be firmly founded. Our cause is the cause of equality between nations and peoples. Only thus can the brotherhood of men be firmly established. It is encouraging and elating to remind you that despite her humiliation and torment at the hands of white rule, the spirit of Africa in the quest for freedom has been generally for peaceful means to the utmost.
The reason for us to be starting late than the appointed time by the court has been occasioned by challenges regarding securing of the services of an African center. My lady, we have secured the services, hence we are ready to proceed. My lady, we are going to be calling the next witness, Mr. Van Donder. My lady, the court will recall that Warrant Officer Bridges made reference to this witness as one of the persons that he consulted with during his reconstruction of the set, and his testimony will center around a locomotive. Advocate Ngobo of our team will lead the evidence.
That is correct. That is correct, my lady. The appearances are today as before, except that there is an additional member. The Court Africans interpreter, Ms. Redboy, is present to interpret from English to Afrikaans.
Ms. Redboy. Good morning, madam. You could have that you are a son. That's correct. And your names are Naomi. Naomi. That's correct. And you are. From English to Africans and from Africans to English. That's correct. Yes, Mr. Mohammed.
As the court pleases, may I, with the leave of the court, then call the witness, Mr. Khan, Van Donder.
So do you have an objection in taking the prescribed for? No. Can you please state your full names?
Kan jy volle naam sê?
Willem van Donder.
Willem van Donder.
So do you swear that the evidence about to give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Sweer jy dat die getuienis wat jy sal aflê, die waarheid, die hele waarheid en net die waarheid sal wees?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do so help me God.
Jy kan die hand oplig en sê ek sweer so help my God.
Ek sweer so help my God.
Sorry.
Swear in my name.
As is my city and master.
Okay, dankie.
Njengamanje ke ufakazi osebhokisini nofakazi usesitheni nesifungo onguHead Willem van Donder.
Just to assist with the following of your evidence, my lady, the witness's statement is in a volume A, in page number 229, 2230. There is a supplementary statement appearing in page 231 of that same volume A. Mr. Van Donder, can you, for the record, indicate where you are employed
Kan jy vir die hof sê waar werk jy?
Werksaam by Rauwvosrij in Pietermaritzburg, Pretoria.
I work at Rauwvos Rail in Pietermaritzburg Park in Pretoria.
And for how long have you been working at the Rauwvos Rail?
Hoe lang werk jy daar?
8 jaar nou.
It's now 8 years.
Senior age ngisebenza pha Rauwvos Rail ePretoria.
And what do you do at, or what are you employed as?
Wat doe jy by Rauwvos Rail?
Skepelmaker.
I'm a boilermaker.
Umsebenzi engiwenza lapha eRauwvos Rail khona ePretoria ngingu-boiler maker.
And what does, if you may, just for the benefit of the court, explain what a Rauwvos Rail does?
As ek dan net vir die hof verduidelik wat doen Rauwvos Rail.
Rauwvosrij is 'n internasionale trainorganisasie.
Rauwvos Rail is an international tool. Is it called?
Ja.
As international tools.
Is it correct that those tools that Rauwvos are done using trains?
Is it correct that die Rauwvos Rail gebruik die toere wat hulle so doen? It is correct. That's correct.
Kunala futhi lo mthosha sokwenziwa kusenza izitimela lapha zaka-Rauwvos.
And does Rauwvos Rail also make use of the old steam trains that we're talking about in this matter?
Does Rauwvos Rail soms gebruik die stoomlokomotiewe?
Ja, hulle gebruik die stoomlokomotiewe alleenlik vir die gaste in die depot.
Yes, they do. They usually only use the steam locomotive rail only for the guests at the depot.
Kanti futhi-ke isitimela esisebenzisayo isitimela-ke samalahle. Sisenza kakhulu futhi-ke kulaba asuke khona-ke lapho abazotholishiswa khona-ke isitimela esike samalahle.
And what sort of areas do you cover in ports using your locomotives?
Wat plekke gaan jy deur as jy op toer gaan?
From Pretoria, Dar es Salaam toe,
From Pretoria to Dar es Salaam,
Big Falls,
Dar es Salaam, Big Falls,
Pretoria, Kaapstad,
Pretoria to Cape Town,
Pretoria, Durban.
and Pretoria to Durban.
Yes.
Izitimela sesihamba-ke sifake ePretoria, sifake eBig Falls, sifike futhi ePretoria, siye eCape Town, sifike ePretoria, siyeke eThekwini.
And how frequent are these? What's your interest say?
Om net even van die hele voetveer gewoonlik gebruik word.
Gewoonlik wekelijks. En dan Dar es Salaam so 2-3 keer 'n jaar. En ja, die internasionale treine soms elke week. Victoria Falls en Kaapstad en Durban. Ja.
Usually worship weekly. If it's to Dar es Salaam 2 to 3 times a year, and internationals to weekly.
Your clientele would be mainly tourists who want to enjoy the old steam engines.
Ik zal het verstaan meer of het zal het dat Die gewone kliënte wat die toeriste sal vat, die toeriste wat sal die treine wil ry, is gewoonlik die ou stoomlokomotief. Is dit korrek?
Ja, gewoonlik vroeër jare het hulle stoomlokomotiewe gebruik vir sulke toere, maar nie sulke
The period, they used to use viewership, but now they don't go what distance. They don't go to that so far distance.
Kahle-ke ukuhamba kwesuke ngasi sitimela ke samalahle. Sihamba ke njalo ke ngeviki sokuthi
gebruik vir sulke toere, maar hulle gaan nie distansies nie.
With prior, Your Worship, or the earlier of the period, they used to use viewership, but now they don't go to that far distance, or no longer go to that so far distance.
Kahle-ke ukuhamba kwesuke ngaleso sitimela ke samalahle. Sihamba ke njalo ke ngeviki sokuthi salapha ke go Victoria Falls, mhlambe bana partner futhi ke kuyahanjwa, kanti futhi senza kakhulu ke ila ke ngele esikhulile befuna phela ukuzwa ubumnandi bokuhamba ngesitimela ke samalahle.
And prior to your employment with Rovers Rail, where were you?
Voor die bij Rovers Rail gewerkt het, waar was hij? Waar die gewerkt?
1982 begin in Bloemfontein as ketelmaker.
In 1982, I started working in Bloemfontein as a boilermaker.
In 1982, baqala sabaza Bloemfontein.
Was this in the steam locomotives also?
Dis korrek.
Was dit, my lord?
Kakhulukazi futhi ke isondazo ke izitimela lezi ke zamalahle.
So combined, your experience working with these trains would be around 43 years old.
Yes.
Altesaam werking kennis van die treine is 48 jaar.
Nee,
Kennis van dit.
43.
43, is it correct?
Ja.
That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi ke mangibala ke nje isipelweni sami ngisebenza kanje ngetimela ke ezamalahle iminyaka mhlawumbe la ku 14 make 43.
Actually, it would be around 44 this year.
Die jaar sal 44 jaar wees. That's correct. That's correct.
Masibala ke nalonyaka make 44.
Okay. And so all these years you've spent as a boilermaker, have you driven these trains or just as a boilermaker?
Al die jare, soos jy gewerk het as 'n ketelmaker, het jy ooit een van die treine bestuur?
Nee.
No.
Okay.
Khona yonke ke leminyaka ngisebenzile ke ngazo ke izitimela ke zamalahle cha ukushayela ke cha bengakwazi.
Okay. And just lastly, on your experience part, would you recall in 91 the Great South African Steam Festival? Did you participate in that?
Was die een van die laaste vraag van die ondervinding van die treine meneer in 1991 van die the rail.
The great, it's known as the Great South African Steam Festival. Took place for 5 days or so around 1991.
Die groot stoom festival, was jy deel van dit? Wat gewoonlik 5 dae vat.
Ja, ons het die laaste, ons het elke jaar met Rouvos toer het ons van Pretoria af Heidelberg toe. Dit is ja, ons doen dit jaarliks. So ver nog jaarliks.
So far, yes, every year or on a yearly basis. From Heidelberg to?
From Pretoria to Heidelberg, and Heidelberg, Pretoria.
from Pretoria to Heidelberg and Pretoria to and Heidelberg back to Pretoria.
Okay.
Yebo ke lo mgubho okhuluma ngawo omkhulu kwala eMzansi wawenza ngo-1991 kunjalo ke futhi lo mgubho sasiwenza yonke unyaka futhi libe khona sisuka lapha Pitoli Heidelberg sibule khona futhi ePitoli.
And are you familiar with the different classes of the steam locomotives, in particular the class CA 2045, CA 2050, or the CA classes, if I may?
Het jy enige kennis van die verskillende klasse CA 45 of CA the last second CA?
Ja, 2915. 2950.
Yes, the 2050.
Ja, dis 15 CA.
Yes.
Ja.
Yes.
La makala sikhuluma ngawo ke manje ke anezinombolo zakhona akwazi engmaza khona ile e15 CA 2950.
And during your experience of working on these trains, were you exposed to various classes of trains?
Gedurende ondervinding van die verskillende klasse wat u gewerk het, het u enige ondervinding van dit?
Ja.
Yes.
Kunjalo isipilini ke sami ke ngisebenza ngazo izitimela kwezinombolo nabala ma-class timela.
Okay. And did you also become familiar during your work experience with the protocols of how these trains had to be operated, or when they are to move, what should be done?
Met die ondervinding, meneer, het jy enige kennis van die manier wanneer 'n trein moet beweeg, wat moet gedoen word?
Ja.
Yes.
Kunjalo futhi ke ekusebenzeni manje ngathola nolwazi lokuthi ke ikuphi kufanele kwenzeke noma kwenziwe lezi timela zingaqala ukuhamba nongasuki siqala ukusebenza.
Okay. Now let's go to your involvement in this case. Is it correct that on the 1st of March in 2023 you were visited at your place of work by a warrant officer Burgess in the company of the investigating officer who was Colonel Mawila in this matter?
Dis nou kom na die saak waar u is het correct meneer dat op die eerste maart 2023 het meneer politiebeampte Burgess hier gekom nader? That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi mhlawumbe ngeke ku-March 2023 kwafika kumele warrant officer uBurgess ehamba ke nomphenyi engu-Colonel Mawila.
Did you know warrant officer Burgess prior to that, or you didn't know him?
Het jy hom geken, officier Burgess, of het jy hom nie geken?
Nee, ek het hom nie geken.
No, I did not.
Khake ngesikhathi ke warrant officer uBurgess ngangamazi.
And what sort of assistance was sought of you in regard to what Burgess and Colonel Mawili were doing?
Wat is die bijstand wat hulle by u gesoek het, meneer? Dit is officier Burgess en politiebeampte Burgess en kolonel Mawili.
Hulle wou graag inligting gehad het oor die stoomlokomotiewe.
They wanted information of the steam locomotive.
Okay. And did you provide, assist in providing such information?
Het jy hulle gehelp, meneer?
Ja.
Yes, I did.
Kahle ke usizo babefuna mina ke nange warrant officer uBurgess benayo Colonel Mawila babefuna ke uthi ke banikeze imingwane ngesitila ke samalahle nebakwenza lokho.
And is it also correct that a written statement was taken of you by Colonel Mawila on the 3rd of August in 2023.
Dit is correct, meneer.
correct,
Dat na hulle genader het, het hulle verklaring afgeskryf op die 3 Augustus 2023.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Lady, can I just have the date? Is it 3rd August or 30th August?
It's the 3rd
3rd. Thank you.
August 2023.
Thank you, lady. Kuna ngasalothi ke ngomhla 3 August 2023 uColonel Mawila wabha appointment sami ke.
And is it also correct that you, despite this statement, you deposed to a further supplementary shorter statement on the 5th of October of the same year, 2023?
Is dit correct, meneer, dat na jy die eerste verklaring afgegee het, afgeskryf het op die 15 Oktober 2023.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi ngaphinde ngenze mina wasasifishane ukuthi mina ngasenza futhi ngomhla 15 October nyaka 2023.
Let's begin with the first statement of 3 August 2023.
As ons kan na die verklaring gaan van die 3 Augustus 2023.
That would appear in page 229, my lady.
Yes,
to
I've got it.
230, yes. When this statement was taken from you, did you write it down yourself, or it was the investigating officer, the police officer who
Afgeskryf op die polisiebeampte wat dit afgeskryf het na u vir hom gesê het wat hom
Ja.
wat hy net u gepraat het afgeskryf is.
Ek het gepraat en uitgeskryf.
Your worship, my lady, the statement was I spoke and the officer wrote down.
Kata manje ke mina ngangikhuluma mase ukuthi ke iphoyisa lekhona lapho edepartment sam uyena bayibhala phansi mase ngikhulumile.
Okay. And just before we proceed on that, do I understand that when you were conversing with the officer and Burgess, with the investigating officer and warrant officer Burgess, you conversed in English and not necessarily in Afrikaans?
Soos is het correct wat ek verstaan dat toe u die verklaring afgeskryf het of met die polisiebeampte gepraat het, die ondersoekbeampte, het u in Engels gepraat en jy het nie Afrikaans gepraat, is
Nee,
correct?
ek het verduidelik in Afrikaans en hy het in Engels vertaal.
I spoke in Afrikaans and he interpreted in English.
Or he interpreted in English? Oh.
Lesikhathi ke ngikhuluma ke naye ke warrant officer uBurgess naye ke ongumkhwenya qala ngakade ngikhuluma ngolimi lwesibhunu. Bona basibasidoka ke ngelimi ke lesilungu.
Okay. And so the statement was reduced in English.
En die verklaring was in Engels geskryf.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Kunjalo ke same sibhalwe ngolimi ke lesilungu.
And after the statement had been reduced into writing in English, were you given an opportunity to go over it to satisfy yourself that it is containing what you were relating to them?
Meneer, na die verklaring in Engels afgeskryf het u tyd gekry om dit deur te lees in Engels om te verstaan alles wat u gesê het is afgeskryf.
Dis
Te lees,
correct.
yes, that's correct.
Correct.
Kunjalo futhi sesiqede ukubhala ngasingazifundisa mina sami ke ngifuna ukuthi konke ukubhalwe la kunjengoba ngikubekile.
Okay. And upon being satisfied with the contents, you signed the statement.
Na jy die verklaring afgeskryf het en gesien dat alles is korrek en bevestig alles is reg, het jy geteken, is korrek?
Dis korek.
That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi just ngifuna yabona konke ukubhalwe la uqondile masingasana sabenze sami.
And you did this in the presence of a person called a commissioner of oath. That is that investigating officer Colonel Mawila.
En die wat jy gedoen het, meneer, dat was voor Colonel Mawila, is dit correct? Commissaris, meneer Mawila wat dit gecommissioned, is dit correct?
Dis korrek.
That's correct. Dit was voor hom gedoen, nee?
Dis reg.
That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi ke aqinisa ke lokhu phambi kwakhe ke uphenyo ecala unomzane uKolonel Mawila waseke naye waxabiza la wasayinwa phambi kwakhe uKolonel Mawila.
And the second statement, the shorter one on the 5th of October 2023, is it correct that you spoke also into writing in English?
Die tweede verklaring wat afgeskryf het op die 5de Oktober 2023. U het gepraat en het was afgeskryf in Engels. Is dit correct?
Dis correct.
That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi lesale lapho lesifishane na sabanga ngolimi lesilungu sivale phansi futhi ngolimi ke lesilungu uyena ke uKolonel Mawila.
And with regard to that one also, the shorter one, you conveyed the information in Afrikaans and it was translated into English.
En ook die verklaring wat so kort, die kort verklaring wat afgeskryf is, meneer, was hier in Afrikaans gepraat en het was vertolk in Engels, is dit correct?
Korrek, ja.
That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi ngikhuluma ngalimi ke lesibhunu kodwa la semene kwakubhalwe sibhalwe ngolimi ke lesilungu.
Okay. And maybe despite the fact that it is written in English, is it correct that you actually can understand English? It's just that it's not your mother tongue and
Yeah.
you feel comfortable speaking in your mother tongue, which is Afrikaans.
Meneer, als het in Engels geschreven, maar je verstaan Engels en dus je voelt net, je kan Peter jezelf beter voelen om in je moedertaal te praten. Is correct, meneer? That's correct.
Kunjalo ke masibhale ngolimi lesilungu ke semane sam futhi ulimi lesilungu ngiyalizwa limi ngiyaqonda futhi kodwa ke ulimi lami ngancelebeleni ngisona ke isibhunu ngeke ngizwe ukuthi hayi ke ngisesimane sikahleke uma ngizokhuluma noma ke ngifune ngalimi lami ke lesibhunu.
Okay. And on that statement, the short one, is it correct you also were satisfied with the contents and you signed it before a commissioner of oaths?
En meneer, voor je geteken, je hebt het neergelezen en je was tevreden met de manier wat het was, hoe het was geschreven. Is dat correct?
Korrek.
That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi naso semene sami lesisipile sesifishane kakhulu ngagculiseka ke futhi ngabo ngaso nokubhalwe kuzo statement ngase ngasifungela futhi phambi kwephosa enesikhundla ke esiphezulu uKolonel Mawila.
My lady, I would seek to have the statement handed, the statements handed. They are one after the other.
Exhibit
What was our last?
T.
It is T.
We had V,
We had V. May I
then
just?
we went back to exhibit U.
Yes,
So
I
the last exhibit letter of the alphabet we used was V.
was V.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That will now be exhibit W1, the first statement, and W2
And W2 for the second
for the
statement.
second.
As the court pleases. I would then propose to read the statement into the record, and then you can confirm if indeed this is the statement and it contains what you said.
Mr. Ngobo will read the statement in English and he confirms in Afrikaans and it gets interpreted back to English and then in Zulu.
Correct.
Thank you.
It's a longer process, but I'll do that. I'm starting with Exhibit W1, which is the first statement.
Ons sal die verklarings deurlees, meneer. Ons gaan begin met die eerste verklaring wat u afgeskryf en u sal net bevestig.
May I confirm that you do have a copy of the two statements with you as well, save for the one with Ms. Wetboy next to you. You do have your own copy with you.
Is it correct, meneer? U het die eie verklaring?
Dis correct.
Wat voor u is. That's correct.
Oh, okay. No. Let me then begin to read it. I'll read the paragraph. Gert Willem van Toner states under oath in English that I am an adult white male residing at number 108 Fiat Nicosol Avenue, Parktown Estate, Pretoria, Les Marais, employed at Rovos Rail Capital Park, and a cell phone number 060-719-7513. That's paragraph 1.
As ons paragraaf 1 sal lees, Gert Willem van Tonder, verklaring onder eed in Engels in Engels. Ek is 'n ouer wit man wat by my woon 4 Nickel Avenue in Parktown in Pretoria. He is Les Marais Rail Capital Park en die selnommer is 0607199713.
Correct.
That's correct.
Kunjalo ke semele khona ke phamba kwami manje esisifaka so W1 phambi kaDola sifunde kanje ngingoGert Willem van Tonder samane sami ngesibhalwe ngesilungu sithi ke ngaphansi kwesifundo sibhaleka sifunde kanje ngingumlisa ke omlungu khona uhlala phaya in house number 10 Feed Nicosol Avenue Parktown Estate Pretoria Les Marais. Ngingumsebenzi walapha ka Rovos Rail Capital Park. Nenombolo yami kamazisa ithi 0607197513.
Paragraph 2. I'm a steam boiler maker at Rovos Rail. On the 1st of March 2023 in the morning, I was approached by Mr. Burgess from the South African Police Service, who requested me to assist him with information about steam locomotive. I am having a 43 years experience as a boiler maker, and I know the steam locomotives.
Paragraaf 2, ek is 'n ketelmaker by Rail die 1 Maart 2023 in die oggend. Ek was genader by Bakes aan die Suid-Afrika Police Dienste wie my gevra het om by te staan oor informasie oor die stoomlokomotief. Ek het 43 jaar kennis of ondervinding soos 'n ketelmaker en ken die lokomotief, die stoomlokomotief.
Kanti ke ukusebenza ke sorry,
that's correct.
kunjalo ke futhi masibhela phaya ke kulo program elandelayo la kuswa khona nginguboiler maker. Bangiboiler maker ke ngisebenza ngazo izitimela ke lezi zamalahle khona phaya Rovos Rail. Ngomhla ka-1 ke ku-March 2023 ekseni kwafika mina ke umnomzane ke uBurgess ephambotho lamaphoyisa ke ala eMzansi wangicela ukuthi ke ngimsize ngemininingwane ke ngazo ke izitimela ke zamalahle. Isipilweni sami lo msebenzi iminyaka ewu-43 ngenza ke lo msebenzi ngiyiboiler maker futhi ke ngiyazazi nezitimela ke zawo ke amalahle.
And in that paragraph, before I proceed, there is a portion that is scratched and initialed and signed. Would that have been signed by yourself? The 52 is scratched and replaced with 43.
Meneer, as je die paragraaf kijkt, in paragraaf 2, dat is een foto of iets wat afgeschrapt is daar, 52. en u het geteken, is het correct?
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Yes.
Kunjalo futhi masingasuke ke kulapho sifuna khona paragraph number 2 lapha kulana 5 masuka phezulu kukhona la xikizwe khona u52 kuma bracket kuno 52 oxikiziwe lapho wabhalwa u43 iphutha lelo lenzeka sema sesixikize lapho ke ngase ngasayina ke eceleni ngisayina iphutha leli ke elalenziwe.
And you did that with other alterations. And the officer signed up.
Enige foute begaan het op in die verklaring, dat was afgeskryf en weer geteken met die ander polisiebeampte wat tevore was saam met die is.
Nja futhi ke amanye amaphutha yakhona yenziwa khona lapho bawuxikizwe lilungiswe iphutha mase ngiyasayina lo phutha wayibhala passment naye waseke wasayina.
Okay, I'm now reading paragraph 3. Mr. Burgess wanted to know how the steam locomotive stops. I then told him it stops in a distance of 1,500 meters on a speed of 60, and the 60 in brackets, numerical, kilometers per hour. We also discussed about the buffer bin, which is used to join the coach and the locomotive, which is under the coupler or the coupler, which makes it difficult to disconnect the locomotive and the coach.
Die paragraaf 3, dat sê dat meneer Burgess wou geweet het hoe het die stoomlokomotief gestop. Ek het hom verduidelik of gesê dat dit stop van 'n afstand van 1500 as dit 1500 meters op 'n spoed van 60 kilometers per uur. Ek het ook vir hom verduidelik dat die koppelaar wat tussen is wat pinpaffer.
Koppelaar tussen trokke.
Die koppelaar tussen trokke is die ene wat die coaches van die lokomotief by koppel is dit aan mekaar wat onder die koppelaar wat maak dit onmoontlik om die koppelaars te omkoppel as dit beweeg.
Ja, is correct.
That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi masiqhubela basifuna ku paragraph number 3. Enye into futhi yenozana Burgess ayifuna wayifuna ukuthi ke ngimu utshele ukuthi ke istimela ke lesi ke samalahle sima kanjani ke uma sesima kasingamtshela ukuthi sima ke ibanga eli 1500 meters ngestimela sihamba ngesivinini 60 kilometers nge-hour. Sakhuluma kanti ekuthiwa ke i-buffer bin lokho ke kuyinsimbi exhumanisa ke ngaphansi phaya kwesistemela reach futhi kusiza ungahlukaniki ke kalula.
In paragraph 4, as I was assisting him, I also took to the steam locomotive for explanation during that time of the accident. There was instruction of signing the roadworthy of the steam locomotive before it leaves the depot. This authorization was supposed to be done boilermaker and steam feeder. This was assistance of minimization of accident, and this was another form of steam locomotive before departing from the depot. It is off.
Soos hy hom bygestaan het hy hom ook na die stoomlokomotief verder verduidelik gedurende die tyd van die ongeluk. Daar was instructie van tekening dat die kaart van die stoomlokomotief voordat die depot verlaat. Die magtiging moet gedoen word deur die ketelmaker en die stoomfitter. Dit was dit gehelp met 'n vermindering van ongeluk. Die ander manier van stoomlokomotief voor dit verlaat van die depot af.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Wanneer so futhi uthi masiqhubeka semene sami ke ngithi yena ke uphoyisa ke uBurgess wayesefuna ukuthi ke ngiqhubeke ngimazi futhi ngokunye ngazo isitimela ke lezi ke esikhuluma ngazo izitimela ke zamalahle ngimchazele ukuthi kwenzakalani nebala futhi ke ngakwenza ke lo ngamthatha ngimisa khona ke esitimeleni lesi ke sawo ke amalahle nokuthi futhi ke kunomnyalelo othi singakaphumi isitimela singasuku lapho kumele boiler maker asibheke singabe sesimele sikahle yini ukuthi ke sisebenze noma ke sihambe ehlangane futhi naye lo osuke assistant futhi ukuthi uqiniswe maqinisekise ukuthi amaquba engozi mancane ingakho fanele isitimela sihlole kuyima singena ke kujantshi sihambe.
Paragraph 5, you then swear that you know and understand the contents of the statement and you have no objection to taking the prescribed oath. You consider it binding on your conscience, and then there is a signature. Is that your signature appearing there?
In paragraaf 5, meneer, is daarbij je het genomen dat je verstaan die verklaring en dat je het geen haar om die je te nemen en alles wat geschreven is bindend. Is dat correct?
Ja, dat is correct.
En dit is die handtekening op die onderbladzijde. That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi lapha ekugcineni paragraph number 5 ngithi ke ngiyaqinisa ngithi konke ke obhakela semande sami kuyiqiniso futhi ngiyakwazi angiphikisani futhi ukuthatha isifungo futhi ke isifungo sithatha ngokuphezela unembeza wami nebala futhi ke ngasayina statement sami.
With regard to this, what is contained in paragraph 4, you say in the second sentence, at the time of the accident, were you referring to the time of the alleged accident in 1960? There were instructions.
Meneer, als ik praat van die ongeluk, dat was instructies. Praat u van wat ons van praat? Is het?
Nee, dat kan ik niet daar saak wees nie, want ek is gebore in 65 en die ongeluk het 1967 gebeur.
No, okay. That is not so. My date, Your Worship, I was not yet born at the time of this accident taken.
Uyabona uma ngikhuluma la ku paragraph number 4 ngokuhla kwesitimela kusisingakaphumi manje ke nezingozi manengozi angikhulumi ngalengozi isitimela sikhuluma ngayo ma esodingida njengamanje eyenza ngo1967 mina ngangibona 65 mina ngazala ngo1965 mangikhuluma ngomngozi ngikhuluma ngomngozi nje obungenzeka hayi ukuthi kumala lecala 1967.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's clear. That same second sentence of paragraph 4, which starts with, during the time of the accident, there was instruction of signing of roadworthy of the steam locomotive before it leaves the depot. What was that referring to? What was that period, time of the accident in particular? What were you referring to?
Meneer, weet je, net die instant wat u zo geschreven gedurende die ongeluk, daar was een instructietekening van die padwerder, die stoomlocomotief, voordat die depot verlaat. En wat kan je vertellen van aan die verwijs?
Ik heb het niet gekoppeld aan die specifieke ongeluk. Ik heb het gekoppeld dat indien daar 'n padwaardigheidssertifikaat geteken word, dat dit minder ongelukke minder veroorsaak op treine.
When I made the statement, it was the statement. What I was trying to explain is that in the event of this certificate being handed, it is to secure or to minimize any accidents that could take place, but as a whole, but not specifically that incident.
Kwesake la ke enozon fantonder la ke ku paragraph number 4 la khona ke umugqa number 2 la kuthi ke kuso leso sikhathi salengozi unomyalelo othi Fatima Zipini sokuthi sibeke semqaqweni sisuke sihambe lapho ke depot na bendo yami ethi ke cha ngaqondisile ke uma ngakhuluma ngalokhu kanje ukuthi ukuze phela kugwemeke izinga lobungozi kumele kube khona isitifiketi mephepha eliphumayo elikhombula isitifiketi lemela sisesimeni sokuthi sikwazi ukusuka edepot sihambe siye la soke sesiyakhona.
And so this was a general requirement.
Dit is 'n gewone certificate wat nodig het.
Dis korrek.
Kunjalo futhi ke ino defanga ukuthi yenzele kube khona isitifiketi esikhomba ukuthi isitimela sesimeni sokuthi ke sisebenze.
And there you, just after that you mentioned, in the third sentence you mentioned authorization was supposed to be done by boiler and steam fitter. Were those different occupations, the steam fitter and the boiler?
As hij komt praten op die derde zin wat hij geschreven heeft, die machten moet komen van ketelmaker en stoomfitter. Het bedoel is twee verschillende posities wat die machten kan geven.
Dis correct, ja.
That's correct.
Okay.
Kuqiniseka mawuthi la kusena ku paragraph number 4 la kukhona lokugunyazwa fanele kwenziwe khulazi ke uboiler maker beno steam fitter angabe ke benza ke into edala abantu belo yami lapho ethi yebo.
If you can explain, what does the boiler maker in the context of steam locomotives do?
Wat is die werk soos 'n stoom soos 'n ketelmaker in die stoomlokomotief? Wat is die werk? Wat doen jy daar?
Op die ketelmaker kant doen ek die boiler uitwaste en sertifiseer net die ketel alleenlik. Die ketelmaker, dis sy werk.
From the boiler maker, I just make sure that the boiler is working, is in good working order.
Ngokolami ke uhlangothi fanele engapha ngiyuboiler maker fanele ngiqiniseke ukuthi ke ubhayela usesimeni esikahle sokuthi ke uyasebenza uma ke phela ke istimela ke sesosuka sami ubhayela nje fanele ukuthi uhlezi uyasebenza.
And if you can just explain the difference for me also between what the boiler maker does and the person known as the fireman. We've gotten a term of somebody called the fireman. What was the difference there?
As ik kan een verduidelijking geven van een ketelmaker en de veerman.
Ja, die verschil tussen die boilermaker is, hy doen die ketel en die firelighter, hy steek die ketel op. Dan hy maak die vuur.
The difference between the fireman and the boiler maker, the fireman, the boiler maker sees to not the boiler,
die ambaggedeelte, ja.
Yeah, the boiler, and the fireman sees to, he's like the one who makes the fire, or lights the fire.
Umehluko la kwa boiler maker ke nalokho ke uyi fireman ubhekana ke nomlilo. Boiler maker yena owenza isiqiniseko sokuthi ke lapha ya ubhala khona ke uyasebenza mase uthi lona ke yena ke ufaka ke amalahle emlilweni ngoba phela fanele hleze kuvutha ukuze phela ke ubhayile lo ushise ukuze kuphume ke umusi ke khona
May I proceed to readment exhibit W2?
As ons kan naar die tweede verklaring toe gaan.
That's correct.
That's correct.
It says Gert Willem van Tonder further states under oath in English that I am an adult white male residing at 108 Fredsley Avenue, Parktown Estate, Pretoria, Lesmere, employed at Revos Rail, Capital Park, Pretoria, and yourself on.
As ons dan geet dat ek Ger Willem van Tonder die verder verklaring wat is dat ek is bly by nummer 108 Fred Cecil Avenue, Parktown Estate in Pretoria. Hy werk by Revos Rail, Capital Park in Pretoria en die selnommer is ook daar.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi manje setemene samne isikhathi sesibili sifishane ke sona isifile u-W2 phambi kwenkantolo. Sifuneka nje ngoGert Willem van Tonder naku ke engikushoyo ngaphansi kwesifungo ngolimi lwesilungu. Ngingumuntu wesilisa omhlophe. Ngihlala number 108 Fred Nicholson Avenue, Parktown, Estate Pretoria, Lesmere. Ngisebenza phaka eRevos Rail, Capital Park, khona Pretoria. Inombolo yami kamazi inombolo yami yamakhalekhukhwini safana u-0607197513.
Paragraph 2 reads, I am the steam boiler maker at Revos Rail. I confirm the stopping distance of the steam locomotive would be 1,050 meters if the train was traveling 40 kilometers per hour. It is all what I can state. Full stop.
In die tweede verklaring is said dat ek is die ketelmaker by Revos Rail. Ek ferm dat die afstand van die stoomlokomotief waar hy stop sal as hy die spoed of waar hy sal staan op 1050 kilometers is as dit op 40 kilometer per uur gery het. En dis al wat ek wil sê.
Is it 40 kilometer of 60 kilometer?
Is it, may I get correction, my lady? Is it 40 or 60?
40.
40.
That's correct. That's correct.
That's correct.
Kubela phela paragraph number 2 ngisasho ngithi ke mina ke steam boiler maker ngamazwi ke ngiakhakabona ke boiler khona pha eRevos Rail. Ngiyaqinisa ke uthi ke ibanga la stimela ke sama lahle fanele sime ngaso 1050 meters. Estimeleni esihamba u40 kilometers nge-hour. Ngikona ngifisa ukusho ke lokho.
And what follows is your swearing indicating I know and understand the content of this statement. I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath, and I consider the oath to be binding on my conscience, and there is a signature. Is that your signature?
Paragraaf 3 sê net dat is waar die eed geneem het, dat die verstaan die alles wat afgeskryf het in die verklaring en jy het geen behaal om die eed te neem en die wat die wat na jy ingesweer het is gesê dat dit is bindend en het geteken is het correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Khona futhi paragraph number 3 la singivala khona sengithi ke ngokhole ngasehla ngiyaqinisa kunjengoba semendeni sami futhi ngiyaphikisana ukuthatha isifungo futhi ukuthatha isifungo ngizosebenza unembeza kwami. Ngiyaqinisa ke lokhu ngase ngakusayina ke futhi emva kwalokho.
I want your comment if this is correct or not. I'm now no longer reading from your statement. I'm reading from what Warrant Officer Burgess told the court.
Ek gaan net 'n kommentaar kry meneer, ek wil net iets sê, vra wat polisiebeampte Burgers vir die hof gesê het. Okay, net die kommentaar. Yes.
In his statement, he indicated under paragraph 9.2 of Burgess' statement, it's subparagraph 1. Subparagraph 5, he indicated he'll have a couple of working locomotives. Would that be correct?
Wat hy in sy verklaring gesê het dat Rovers Rail paar stoom locomotief, is that correct?
Dis korrek op die oomblik.
That's correct at the moment too.
Ngifunda manje sakhe officer Burgess light khona ke lapha ka Rovers Rail zikhona zimbala isitimela ezisebenzayo isitimela za malahle impela mithi kunjalo ke mhlambe zibili.
He continues in that sentence to say, but not a class 15 CA type.
Maar wat hy verder gesê het dat maar daar is nie vir 'n klas 15 CA.
Ja.
Yes.
Kunjalo futhi ke maqhubeka one officer Burgess athi kodwa hayi leli class lu 15 CA. Yebo kunjalo.
Okay. He then says, on consultation with Mr. Van Tonder of Rovers Rail, the stopping distance is a calculation from the standard that a locomotive and train traveling at 60 kilometers per hour would take 1,500 meters to stop. Therefore, a locomotive and train traveling at 40 kilometers per hour would stop in 1,050 meters. Full stop. Would that be correct?
Is dit korrek wat hy ook verder gesê het dat soos hy met u gepraat het op daardie oomblik meneer in toe met u gepraat het, was dat die afstand van of die afstand van waar die stoomlokomotief sal stop as dit op 1500 sal op 60 km per uur moet ry. En ook als het als het 40 is, zal op 1050 zal stoppen op 1050 meter stop, afstand stop als het op 40 kilometers per uur.
Correct.
That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi maqhubeka sifuna ke samele sakubona officer Burgess. Sifuna siqhubeka sithi ukuma ke besikhathi sikhulumisana nalozana uFan Tonder. Ukuma kwesitimela esihamba ngo-60 kilometers nge-hour fanele sime and masimiswe ku-1,500 meters ke lapho. Kodwa masihamba ke isitimela ngo-40 kilometers nge-hour fanele simiswe ku-1,050 meters.
Okay. Now, with regard to the loading of coals by a person you've described as a fireman who loads the coal to make sure it is burning. What are the intervals, if there are any, for doing that from take-off from the depot?
As ons nou kom van die persoon wat die vuur maak, die vuurman, soos hulle sê die vuurman, wat van die tyd af het hy afgevat wanneer hy van die depot af was terwyl hy so ry. Wat is sy intervals of die stop die wat doen hy? Wat is die intervals? Wat is die interval?
If any.
As daar enige.
Die firelighter moet ander woorde as hy vuur maak. Nee, hy ry nie self nie. Die lokomotief staan en wag vir die drywer. Die drywer ry hom verder. Het ek verkeerd verstaan?
Did I misunderstand the question? The response is, may I just interpret the response? The train don't travel on its own, but the fire, there is a driver for it. He just makes a magnetifier.
Yeah.
The fireman just makes the fire.
Only the, ja, hy maak net 4.
He only,
What I'm seeking from you is from the day when the fire, when the train leaves, the fire would have been made. As it travels, are
may I
there...
just, we'll just step by step, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So, wat ek van hier soek meneer, ek wil net verduideliking kry. Wanneer die trein verlaat, die depot verlaat, die vuur is al klaar gemaak, is dit nie so nie?
Dis korrek.
That's correct, the fire is made.
And as is there, was there protocol or procedure of the gaps within which he should again continue to fill up coal to keep the fire burning, or that was up to the fireman himself?
Is daar een manier of die manier wat die vuur maak, die firelighter maakt dat, nadat van die depot verlaat het, is daar weer een tye waar hy weer met vol maak om die vuur laat aan te gaan, of daar is nie een procedure wat...
Ja, dis korrek. Dan moet weer vuur gemaak word daarna. As hy in lokomotief in beweging is, dan minder. So hy moet heeltyd met hy vuur maak, bly vuur maak, tot die proses klaar is.
Yes, the fire to continually make the fire the steam. When the steam has gone down, then he has to continue making the fire until the process is complete.
Oh, okay.
Lestimela ke uma sesuka vele amalahle asuke sefakiwe efaka yena ke ubhuti lo suke efaka ke amalahle umlilo ngamazwi usuke uvele usukhona sihambe ke akuveke ukuthi ke kuthiwa ke uzophinda uphinde futhi ufake emva kwe-hour namahlamvu emva ama-minutes of 5 uloke nje efakile amalahle emlilweni ngoba phela lesikhathi ke kwehla lapha ke kubhayela kwehla ke umusi fanele aqhubeke afake kuze umusi phela ungasaleli ngezansi noma ungaseli ngemuva kuleqhubekile njena ke esihlohlile ke isitimela noma ubhala wakhe ke ngawo ke amalahle lawa.
My lady, I have no further questions.
Yes, Mr. Dunya.
Mr. Van Dender, did I understand you as telling this court that there are prescripts that regulate the movement of a locomotive?
Meneer, soos ek hier verstaan, daar is een procedure of manier wat die trein dat werkt of dat ry of iets?
Ja, daar is 'n procedure wat maak dat die trein kan ry. So met ander woorde, ja.
Yes, there is procedures that are followed to make the train move.
Kunjalo impela ke kunamyalelo ekhona landelwayo noma ke egunyaza ukuhamba noma kulawula ukuhamba kwazo ke izitimela.
The first of such prescripts is the issuing of a rail worthiness. Am I correct?
Die eerste van die procedure, die wat ons sê is die magtiging van certificaat. Is dit correct? Die eerste ene?
Ja.
Yes.
Kunjalo nje uqala lesi certificate nephepha eligunyaza ukuthi ngempela isitimela sesimeni ujike sesingahamba noma singewujantshi sihambe sebenza.
Am I correct that the issuing of a rail is giving of a clean bill of health to the local?
Certificaat is iets wat dat die locomotief, daar is geen probleme met dit. Daar is geen brekery wat sal gebeur nie.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi into yokuqala nje ebhekayo futhi ebalekile ukuthi ke fanele bheke ukuthi isitimela sesimeni yini esiphelele asikhwehleni ndawo asithimuli ndawo singabe simeke ukuthi sihambe nothi ke fanele sikubheke futhi ke namablade uthi wona ke asesimeni yini awakhwehleni ndawo na.
So am I correct to say that there is a second set of prescripts that regulates the conduct of the crew during or when an accident had occurred?
Is it correct, correct meneer, dat daar is ook weer procedure, you can say iets wat moet gedoen word as daar ongeluk is. Dis nou die werkers wat daar is.
Ja.
Yes.
Kunjalo futhi bakhona nike nemthethomgomandela la kumele khona phela ukuthi kubhekwe ukwenzeka kwengozi noma ingozi esuke sewenzakalile nalapho futhi fanele kubhekele ukuthi lokho ke kwenziwa kanjani.
So can you take us through those prescripts in an instance of a train accident? What is expected of the crew members, the do's and don'ts?
Kan jy ons net 'n verduideliking gee wat is verwagting van die werkers wat daar is as daar sê nou daar is 'n ongeluk wat gebeur het, wat moet hulle doen en wat moet hulle nie doen nie?
Die werkers wat in daai omstandighede daar is, het niks te report van dit. Die driver.
Workers or the crew that are there in the event of an accident have nothing to do with there's nothing that they can do.
In daai proses, die driver is verantwoordelik.
It is the driver that has to the driver is responsible.
Kahle ke ithimba ke solikhona ke lapho ke makhulwa ngaso ke estimela ake sikhulume ke manje ke makwenzeka ingozi lokhu ke ithimba elifanele likwenze nalo ongamele ukuthi ithimba ke likwenze. Impilo lami lapho ithi ithimba cha hlangene konke kusekuleleke kumshayeli umqhubi westimela.
What are the responsibilities of the driver of a locomotive and or a train?
Mr. Dunya, he said he's never, he's not a driver. You mean what positions they take?
Correct, my lady. I'm very much alive to the fact that he has not been a driver,
Yes.
but he has told court that he knows of the prescripts that regulate the conduct, what each person has to do.
Has to do.
And yes, my
Okay.
lady, that is the issue.
Oh, thanks.
They say, can you tell us what becomes the responsibilities of the locomotive driver when an accident happens?
Meneer, kan u net verduidelik wat is die responsabiliteit van die bestuurder van die locomotief as daar 'n ongeluk is?
Hy moet dit onmiddellik aanmeld.
He has to immediately report it.
Umsebenzi wakhe ke umshayeli nomqhubi waso kwesitimela uma kwenzeka ke ingozi umeke ukuthi ngazo isikhathi ayibike kwabaphezulu ke udaba.
who say in
Dunya, sorry. About the time,
Yes, my lady. My lady, can we take the lunch adjournment? Because I still have a few questions to converse with the witness.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Many van Tonders will take a long adjournment. We'll resume at 2:15.
Kan ons gaan net etenstyd ons sal by wat we terugkom.
Dis korrek.
Sanchez, we spend 2:15.
Let's adjourn until 2:15.
Dit is fantastisch. Ik waardeer je.
to you. I would like you to comment
You're
on
still under your former oath.
Is nog onder uw eed wat u tevoren geneem het, meneer.
Dis reg.
That's correct, my
Yes,
lady.
Mr. Donor.
Mr. Van Donder, when we took the lunch adjournment, we were still going through the precepts that regulates the conduct of the locomotive driver at a scene of an accident.
Meneer Van Donder, ons het nog deurgegaan die voorskrifte wanneer daar ongeluk is by van 'n bestuurder van 'n lokomotief bestuurder, verstaan nie?
Ja.
Yes.
Kunjalo ke besa singakayi ke Kevin. Bese kwendawo la ukuthi kubafonga nje driver noma umshayeli wesitimela nakho lama wenzeka ngehlangabezana nengozi.
To be of assistance to you, I would like you to comment on the following, whether there are prescripts that are applicable or not.
Om net u uit te help, meneer, kan u enige, ek wil net hê u moet ons onze commentaar gee van die voorskrifte of daar is wat 'n samenwerking is of nie, verstaan nie?
Ja.
Yes.
Okay. On an occurrence of an accident, a locomotive driver is required to stop the locomotive immediately.
Wanneer daar is 'n ongeluk of 'n update van 'n ongeluk, die bestuurder van die lokomotief moet onmiddellik stop.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Kunjalo ke uma ke kuba khona ke ingozi umqhubi nomshayeli wesitimela kumele ukuthi ke asimise isitimela ngokukhulu ukusheshsha noma ngaso lesikhathi.
He is required to report the accident to his immediate supervisor.
Dit is verwachting van hom dat hy moet onmiddellik die incident rapporteer na sy toesighouer.
Korrek.
That's correct.
Kunjalo futhi kumele ukuthi ke mase nje yenzeka ingozi mase ke lokho akudlulisela noma kubike kulo osuke usigqoko wakhe noma omphethe.
He is further required to wait for the arrival of the police, the ambulance, and any required expertise to attend to the scene.
Wat is verder verwachting van hom is dat hy moet wag tot die polisiebeampte op die toneel aankom en die ambulance of enige ander senior of ander persone wat kennis het om by te wees by die toneel is dit.
Dis korrek.
It's correct.
Kunjalo futhi ke kumele ukuthi ke alinde ukuthi ke kufike amaphoyisa kufike abe sizo loqala ambulance okanye kufike futhi ezinje loqhopho lapho ke esigamekweni. Yebo kunjalo.
He is required to make an accident statement from the sun or moving away from the sun.
Dit is verwachting van hom om verklaring uit te maak van die incident of die wat gebeur het, die ongeluk en ook te verduidelik van die toneel.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Kanti futhi ke kulindelekile ukuthi ke engakasuku ke ngidawubeni yesigameko makhona isigamekweni uqobo abhale phansi phela ke okwenzakala i-statement abhaleke lapho engakasuki lapha esigamekweni.
then the statement has to be a written statement. Am I correct?
Dit is correct. Die verklaring wat gedoen wordt, of wat moet hij doen, is afgeschreven. Is het correct, meneer? Correct.
Kunjalo futhi ke fanele salwe phansi.
Also, a train driver or a locomotive driver allowed to move an injured person from the accident, not even an inch.
Dit is ook dat die bestuurder van die trein of die locomotief bestuurder hy is nie toegelaat om 'n beseerde persoon te beweeg.
Nee.
No.
Kanti futhi ke enye into ke umshayeli umqhubi ke wasoke isitimela akavumelekile ukuthi ke asuse noma gudluze umuntu osuke elimele lapho ke esigamekweni. Ngisho ke ukususa nje ubhozo cha akuvumelekile lokho.
According to the evidence that was tendered in 1967 during inquest proceedings into the death of Chief Albert Luthuli, evidence of Mr. Latahan, who was the driver, to the effect that he had moved the injured Chief Luthuli from where he was lying to a spot which he considered more comfortable.
Tijdens wat uitgekomen het in 1967 in de onderzoeking van die dood van Chief Albert Luthuli. Dit was zijn woorden dit wat hij het gesê in zijn getuigenis dat hij moest Chief Albert Luthuli beweeg van een plek waar hij was naar een plek waar hij kon gemakkelijk geweest zijn.
Yeah. Was his conduct permissible in terms of the literary framework?
Wat hij gedaan het, was dit die recht, was het...
Dit was verkeerd.
Dit was recht of verkeerd?
Verkeerd.
It was wrong.
Kanti ke efazi makhe noze uLatahan uthi wena ke wayeshayela ke isitimela lesi. Uthi ke ekulimaleni kwakhe ke Chief Albert Luthuli wamsusa lapho ekade khona wamisa endaweni engathi ke indawo ke right lapho ke azabe comfortable kuyona. Umbuzo manje wami uthi angabe lokho kwenza kwakhe kwakusemthethweni kwakulungile ukuthi ke akwenze. Ngiphela ukuthi lapho cha ongalungile ukuthi ke enze leyo nto.
You would then agree with me that when Mr. Latahan drove off without police having arrived and him having made a statement was equally wrong.
Sal jy saam met my stem dat wat Latahan gedoen het om weg te ry van die toneel sonder die polisiebeampte die woorde van die verklaring, dat nie reg nie.
Nee.
So he was wrong.
He was wrong.
Ngizovumela ukuthi ke ukwenza kanuzana ke uLatahan kwakurong njengodrava phela ukuthi ke ahambe apha esigamekweni wangafika iphoyisa futhi ke ekabhal statement ngokwenzekile lapho kwakurong ke lokho.
May the court bear with me for a second, my lady. No further questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Msima? Thank you. Thank you, Van You excuse the witness box.
Baie dankie meneer Van Tonder. U kan die verskoon van die getuienis.
Baie dankie.
The please, my lady, the state is ready to call the evidence of Ms. Nell, who in the words of Warrant Officer Burgess was more of the film, the script, yes, the filmmaker.
Simulator.
Yes, but my lady, what I would ask the court for guidance from is the fact that Warrant Officer Nell is given us two sort of scenarios. One being that she can read her statement, which is in English, into the record, when then she continues with her testimony that being facing the questions, then only then that she's assisted by the Africans. However, she can read the statement because she wrote the statement in English herself.
Yes. What is her preference?
Her preference is Afrikaans, but the reading of the statement in English because she authored the statement in English herself.
Okay. I think then I don't want to dispense of Ms. Vetboy at this stage because it will cause delay even in so how long will the reading of the statement in English take?
My lady, we may not dispense with our language practitioner, Ms. Vetboy. However, we allow the witness to read her statement in English. Then her role might kick in either today or tomorrow, depending on the time she takes, because her statement is voluminous.
Okay, let her read the statement
That's
in
the
English.
my lady.
But Miss Vetboy, you may find yourself a chair somewhere, and so that you don't leave before knowing whether we'll need you tomorrow morning or this afternoon. Thank you.
That's the court pleases, my lady. Then
Ms. Van Wyk, swap positions, please.
as the court pleases, my lady, then I will hand over to my younger brother, Advocate Ngobo, to lead Warrant Officer Nell.
Yes. Mr. Ngobo, you may call your witness.
Thank you, my lady. Call Warrant Officer Sanet now.
Do you want to be sworn in English or Afrikaans?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
My lady.
Yes. So here in person.
Warrant officer, do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No, my lady.
Can you please state your full names?
It's Sanet Nell.
Warrant officer, do you swear that the evidence is the truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, my lady.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do so help me God.
I do so help me God.
Sworn in, my lady.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Fazer taxes for
My lady, before
ask the witness, there will be a reference to two bundle of documents, and I seek leave to hand these to the court for purposes of ease of understanding of the evidence of the witness. They are marked Annexure 1 and Annexure A and Annexure B. This is a court bundle. The witness has got, she's got her copy of it. I may not refer to it today.
Yes.
However, as we go along, we will make reference to these.
To them. Okay, Annexure A and Annexure B.
It's Annexure A and Annexure B, and
So these
somewhere
are bundles at this time. They are, we'll call them bundles.
we just call them bundles for now.
Yes,
Yes,
for now.
yes. And the court, as we proceed, will note that there will be reference to Annexure A and Annexure B. That will be reference to these two bundles.
Thank you.
Because they form part of a statement, I would not at this stage mark them as exhibits,
Yes,
because
thank
they are part of a statement.
No, for now, they are just bundles.
They're just bundles for now, yes, correct. Miss Sunet, warrant officer, is it correct that you are employed by the South African Police Services?
Yes, my lady.
Where are you based?
I'm based in Pretoria Central at the LCRC LCRC in Pretoria Central, my lady.
Yeah. And is that reference to the local criminal record center?
That's correct, my lady.
La ngikhona ke ngicela phela ePretoria LCRC Local Criminal Record Center la kugcinwa khona ke ama record.
And this unit is that unit where police officers are based who come to the scenes to take photographs, measure whenever an incident or an offense has taken place.
Yes, my lady.
Kunjalo lolu phela ngaphansi kwalo ke ilasibizela khona ke esigamekweni makhona kwenzakalile masifika khona ke sive sishuthe ke masithwebule izithombe kanti futhi ke sikale uthi ke sikale.
In this particular case of the death of Chief Albert Luthuli, you understand why you have been called.
Yes, my lady.
Mangodle emhlabeni ke Chief Albert Luthuli ngiyazi ukuthi ke ibizelweni la.
You may have heard from the evidence tendered already that your name has been mentioned as a person who sort of prepared the day of events.
Yes, my lady.
Kunjalo futhi ke leke qhamuka futhi igama lami kaningana nje lesikhathi ke kusadinga lesaqoqa ngendaba ukuthi ke iquphe sasikwenza silungiselela ukwenzeka noma mhlawumbe kiso kubenzeka kokudle emhlabeni kanozwane uChief Albert Luthuli.
And in so doing, you worked closely with warrant officer badges who tested in this court.
I'm working in the same building, but I'm actually working at a facial identity unit. There's a part of, so mainly I'm doing the compilations of faces of suspects. But Burgess, both of us at Burgess came to me because I got a graphic and a drawing, artistic field behind me. Expertise, yeah. So he came to me and asked if I can assist him with the simulation for this particular case.
Yes.
Kanti ke ukusebenza nami no one officer uBurgess sisebenza ke ebuilding elilodwa. Ukusebenza ke kwami ngiyakwazi futhi ke ngidwebe. Kanti futhi ke one officer uBurgess wangicela ke phela ukuthi ke ngisizeke phela ke kuloko ngoba nami ke nginjwa chopho ke uma sekufika kuloko ekudwebeni.
Okay. So what I was referring to was that for purposes of this case, you two worked close.
Yes, my lady.
Mana ke na leyo ke sikwenza la okumana naye uChief Albert Luthuli sasebenzisana ndawonye kakhulu no one officer uBurgess.
Okay. And how many years of experience do you have in the South African Police Services?
14 years, my lady.
Okay.
Ngime 14 imbethu yaphoyisa la eMzansi.
And is it also a correct understanding that of all what you have done in this case in particular, you have sort of compiled into a comprehensive affidavit all that you did in this matter?
Yes, my lady.
Kanti futhi kona konke engangikwenza imiqhaza wami ngalibamba malana ke nalodaba esidingidayo ngakubhala phansi kwa statement nokho ke amakhasi ekhona ke asithanda ukuba maningana.
And you have also, during your work in this case, had the opportunity to travel, take photographs at the Crowd View, the Luthuli Museum, the scene where this incident allegedly took place in 1967.
Yes, my lady.
Kanti futhi ngithole kona konke sengwenzile ke emsebenzini wami sengwenzile ngithole futhi nethola ukuthi ke ngiye endaweni ehlukahlukene ngiyothola khona ke izithombe ngake lapha ya eCrowdville nakhona futhi ngothola izithombe ngaye futhi ke lapha ya nasigcina magugu salithuli malesigabele sesenzeka ngo1967.
And is it also correct that you have been at the place where witness Labaskachny had a train allegedly similar to the one involved here?
Yes, my lady.
Kunjalo futhi ngiye futhi endaweni la kanozani ke Labaskachny la khona isitime esifana ngamashini bacesifane nesitime esikhuluma ngaso kulelo daba.
And we saw from the photographs and the videos that were presented during his evidence, you appearing in some of them. Would that be correct?
Yes, my lady.
Kunjalo futhi ke sabona nakuma video ke nezithombe la uvela khona nawe one officer now kulezo sithombe nama video nesizana naye. Kunjalo impela.
Also correct that you have as well with Warrant Officer Burgess analyzed the evidence from 1967 for purposes of recreating the scenarios of what may or may not have happened during the time.
Yes, my lady.
Kunjalo futhi ngisebenza naye ke one officer uBurgess sahlaze yaboko ufaza obukhona ke ba 1967 nalo futhi sibonga ukuthi ke angabe into nje ekhona yini ngabe ke kwenzeka ngalendlela kusho ngayo yina.
Okay. Before we get to those other things, because your statement is quite comprehensive, do you have a copy of the statement before you?
Yes, my lady, I do.
For purposes of record, her statement is in volume A. It starts from page 232 of the paginated pages, and it goes on and ends at page 247. And the statement itself, was this statement prepared by yourself?
Yes, my lady.
Kunjalo menzile sike esikhona ke phambi kwami samele sike sami ngazenzela mina.
And were you then did you prepare it to and incorporated all the things that you did in the investigations and analysis?
Yes, my lady.
Kunjalo futhi ke kasebenza sami ngabhala phansi konke engangikwenza ngakuthola isikhathi lolo phenyo.
And the states at the end of it, a signature purporting to be yours, warrant officer, is that your signature yet?
Yes, my lady.
Futhi ekhasini lokugcina mina futhi ke wasesayina ke khona lapho eqinisa lokho.
And when you signed the statement, is it correct you signed it before a commissioner of oaths on the 16th of August 2024 in Pretoria?
Yes, my lady.
Kunjalo futhi ke ngasingastatement lesike phambi kwalo ke post eline isikole singaphezulu kokwesami ngomhla 16 August khona ePitoli ngonyaka 2024.
And that was before Irene, the warrant officer Irene Faith
Nxumalo, yeah, that's correct.
Kuyena ke warrant officer Irene Nxumalo, Faith Nxumalo.
And when you signed the statement, were you sort of satisfied with the accuracy and the correctness of what it contained?
Yes, my lady.
Lesikhathi ngisayina statement sami ngiqisekile ngokuqonda obuqotho bastatement sami ebekade ngisenzile.
Okay. And in the statement itself, there is reference to certain annexures which I've handed to the court, annexures A and annexure B.
That's correct.
Lapho ke nabathi futhi ameze ayonkantolo annexure A beno B khona lapho la statement sami.
And those annexures are a compilation that you put together.
That's correct.
Lokho umhlanganiso ke wami engazenzela wona.
May I then ask, my lady, that the statement having been proved, it can now, I think, be marked
Exhibit X. X.
X, as the court pleases.
The statement by this witness, warrant officer Nell, is accepted into the record and is marked Exhibit X.
As the court pleases.
Later menlegesa one officer now says he was first X phambi kwenkantolo.
Ms. Nell, I would request of you to read the statement into the record in your own words, starting from the paragraph, just the small line above number 1.
Okay.
Where it starts, warrant officer,
Okay.
Sanet Nell declares under oath.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you.
And you will just read paragraph per paragraph and just allow the interpreter to interpret what you have read.
No.
Thank you.
Warrant officer Sanet now declares under oath, in accordance with the section 212, subsection 4 of A and A of 8 of A of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 as follows.
Nangu ke akubhalwe laphansi ke ngithi one officer Sanet now ngaphansi kwesifungo ngaphansi kosomqulu lwaseCaphuka ka 212 subsection 4A and brackets no A we Criminal Procedure Act 51 ka 1977 nangu ke engikushoyo.
I'm a member of South Africa Police Service with the rank of a warrant officer and service number 7179088, attached to the LCRC, Local Criminal Record Center of the 4th floor at Betonga Plaza West, 271 Francis Bard Street, Pretoria Central. I am employed as a forensic analyst and a facial identification member.
Number one amla otsike ngilunga sembuthina phosa ke alliance mzansi esikhole sibambelesa warranty Number yami sesiphoyiseni ithi 717-90888. Kanti futhi ke njengoba ngichaze ukuthi ke ngilapha kwa LCRC, Local Criminal Record Center, la ngichaze khona ukuthi la gcina khona ke ama record. Lapho la senza khona ke ise 4th floor eBetonga Plaza West 271 Francis Bart Street, Pretoria Central. Ukusebenza wami lapha yo ngihlaziya kanti futhi ke nokhomba kubuso ke bomuntu noma babantu.
I've successfully completed the advanced crime scene course at the SAPS Training Academic Pretoria on 18 June 2010. The training also included methods pertaining to the management of crime scenes, which involved taking photographs of the layouts of crime scenes, collecting exhibits, and also lifting fingerprints. The training further involved the taking of photographs during post-mortems. I was further trained on how to draw sketch plans portraying crime scene sites. With key points on a sketch plan, I was taught how to conduct fingerprint analysis, measure crime scene sites, and handle exhibits found at crime scenes.
Kanye futhi ke ngakufundela ke ngalewe kokwenza ke ukuthi kwenzakalana lapha ke masiye ke esigamekweni nokufuna ukuthi ke ngikwenze lapho ke khona ke esigamekweni. Ngiqeqesha phaya Training Academy ePretoria Central ngomhla ka 18 June 2010. Ekufundeni ke kwami ke lapho ngafunda ukuthi ke ulawula kanjani indawo ke yesigameko la kumbe ukuthi ke ngithwebule khona ke izithombe lapho ke esigamekweni uma kukhona ke ifakaziso lesibiza amazibidi ngiyaqosha ke futhi lapho ke amazibidi noma ifakaziso kanti futhi ke ngafundisa nokuthi izinsalela zeminwe zithathwa kanjani ukuze makhona okusolakayo ngithatha ke izinsalela zayo ke iminwe kanti futhi ngiyaphatheka ekuthatheni izithombe uma ke kuhlinzwa ke isidumbu ke somuntu ngaphinde futhi ke ngaqeqeshelwa ukuthi ke ngidwebeke khona lapho esigamekweni ngidwebe ukuthi ini isuki lapha mase ngidwebile nginikeza izinombolo ngibhale futhi acela ukuthi ke number 1 isithobe number 1 uyini ulaphi episode mase lezo sithombe khona konke ke lokhu nakhona futhi ngikwazi ukuthi ngihlaziye izinsalela zeminwe esizithathiwe khona lapho esigamekweni kanti futhi ke gcineni ngiyakwazi nokuthi ngiqeqeshele ukuthi ke ngikwazi ukuthi ke ngidwebe ngikwazi ukuthi ngiwaphatha phathe ke futhi wona amazibide asuke etholakala lapho ke ezindabeni esigameko.
Before you proceed,
Yes.
my lady, I'm not certain if she gets tired she can sit, but I did indicate before we start that she can request.
Yes, I offered her to sit.
Or as the court
If she
pleases.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Malali.
And Ms. Van Beek, are you comfortable?
I am ready for now, but I will.
Okay,
for now.
thanks.
I'm comfortable. Thank you, lady.
Paragraph 3,
Okay. In 1990.
qualifications and experience.
Sorry. In 1993, I completed a degree in fine arts at Pretoria Technikon. I had an extra year of graphic interpretation, and the subjects included graphic interpretation, history of art, space and volume studies, art drawing, and coloring, perspectual studies, printmaking 1 and 2, photography, history of art, techniques and methods, and art of drawing 2 and 3.
Before that is interpreted, lady, can I just have layman's term, perceptual studies? What will those entail?
Which one?
Lady.
It's like
Studies.
perspective, to know how to do perspective structures.
Perspective structures.
To put everything in
Miss Now, can you speak out loud?
Okay, no, my lady, I'll do
in
so.
your explanation?
No problem, I'll do so, thank you.
What does it entail?
Perspectual studies means is to read perspective. Say, for instance, if something is like a big building and you look down the road and you'll see it goes smaller. So you have to see the perspective. The building is actually tall, but in order to see it on a longer view, you have to read the perspective of that thing.
Like zooming out and
Zooming in out and in. Basically, perspective is to get it in a sense where the building is smaller and higher to read something like that.
Ms. Van Wyk.
I have my lady. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Masote an answer by Pretoria Tikon. Ngase ke futhi ke ngaqhubeka ke ngomunye unyaka ngenza ke graphic interpretation. Twaza to graphic ke ukudweba nobonke umdweba wakho kuhamba kanjani. Uqame ke futhi lapho ngafundisa ke nokudweba nje sengichazile kanti futhi ke nemibala nosuhlobo luni lembala kanti futhi ke nesikhala phakathi ke kona ukufunda kwami nobusisindo sawo ke lokhu mase futhi ke kube khona lento ekuthiwa ke i-perceptual studies lokho ke ukuthi yonke into ibe kahle ke ngendlela yekhona wenza isibonelo sebhilidi ke lapho uma uzolibona ke ibhilidi ukuthi nali bona fanele uzame enye iangela futhi ubone lento ebonayo kule bhilidi kuseyiyona yini oyibuka kwenye angela nje ukuthi ke isithombe usandise ube futhi usikhulise ube futhi usibuyisele esimeni sakho ubonga ukuthi usafuna usabona ke into eyodwa yini na kanti futhi ke nako futhi ke ubuchopho ke babo ukudweba udweba lapho number 2 number 3 kanti futhi ke nezindlela zokwenza konke lokhu.
I did a course with Teltron in 1992 and also worked part-time with Teltron as a salesperson. During this period, I gained knowledge of chemical mixing, printing on the NPS machine, and assisted at the counter. I received a certificate for completing negative classification and photography courses.
Ngafunda lapha ngo-1992 eTeltron nakhona futhi ngatohoza khona lapho salesperson wakhona kuleso sikhathi ke ngakwazi ukuthi ke ngithole nolwazi ngokukwazi ukuthi ke ngihlanganise ama-chemical lapho nokuprinta ku-NPS umshini wakhona lo okuprintwa ngawo ngasiza futhi lapha ya kwi-counter ngase ngithole certificate futhi ngoqeda ke i-negative classification kanye futhi ke nokuthumela kwezithombe.
I worked at Marta Gibbs Photography Studios in 1993 and 1994. I specialized in black and white printing. The printing of photos was done in the darkroom. I also worked in studio taking portraits of babies, young children, and assisted with family and group photos.
Kanti futhi ngasengisebenza apha eMartin Gibbs Photography Studios ngo-1993 kanye ngo-1994. Ngase-ke futhi ke ngasenza kakhulu ngalombala lo printer ubala omnyama nomhlophe khona-ke masiprintayo isithombe singena ke egumbini esuke limnyama ngaqhubeka futhi lapha e-studio ngakwazi ukuthi-ke ngithathe izithombe zezingane ezincane nezincane kakhulu ngisiza-ke futhi-ke amalunga emndeni ukuthi azakhe noma-ke ahlele izithombe zabo be umndeni.
I also gained experience at various companies such as Spears Handcraft Shop, Orms Photography, and framing companies.
Ngathola futhi nesipiloni ngokusebenza ngezinkampani ezahlukene yodwa inkampani uPS Handcraft Shop kanti futhi ke no-Orms Photography khona lapha la ukuframe khona ke kule nkampani.
In 2000, I was accepted at the South African Council for the architectural profession, for which I became a member. My registration number at the State Council is CAD 221.
Kanti futhi ke ngonyaka ka-2000 ngase ngamukela lapha e-South African Council of Architectural Profession ngisebenza lapho ke njengelunga lakhona i-registration number yami lapho bangeza yona sebengamukela njengelunga le-council ethi CAD 221.
I also worked at Orbic Architects for 2006-2009, where I learned how to read architectural plans and how to draw basic architectural drawings. I approved architectural plans at councils while counseling with engineers and structural companies.
Can I have some maybe architectural plans?
It's like building plans.
Building plans, thank you. Thank you, my lady. It is building
Like
plans.
building plans, yes, my lady.
Building plans that show it is the complete design
Of a
of
buil-
a building.
That's correct,
Yeah.
my lady.
Complete design of building. Quite be with me. Thank you, lady. Kuza lapha e-Orbit Architects sola ngonyaka ka-2006 kuze bonyaka ka-2009 la ngafunda khona-ke ukudweba amaplan aphelele zakhona kanti futhi nama-design-ke akhona ngakufunda-ke lokho kanti futhi-ke ngamukela futhi-ke ikhansela lapho ngase ngenza-ke ne-engineering kwezinye izinkampani.
I joined the South African Police Service on the 1st of November 2009 as forensic analyst. I completed my basic training at the SAPS on the 6th October 2010. I then became an operational SAPS member.
Ngase ngajona amaphoyisa la eMzansi mhla 1 kuNovember 2009 lapho ka-forensic analyst njengoba ngichazile la-ke sihlaziya khona-ke lapho-ke la sokwenza khona esigamekweni ngase-ke ngenza-ke nokuhlola noma ukuhlolela laphaya ngaqeqeshwa khona laphaya kwa-SAPS umhla 6 October 2010 ngase-ke ngiba semthethweni lapho-ke esiphoyiseni ngayilunga lakhona.
In May 2012, I successfully completed a course in forensic, facial and cranial anatomy in the University of Oriel. A Faculty of Health Science and Department of Anatomy. The course was
Kanti-ke ngo-May 2012 ngase ngaqeda futhi ukufunda-ke lapho kwami lapho-ke ka-forensic kakhulukazi-ke ngawubuso-ke nalapho ekhanda lapho e-University ePretoria.
the facilitators
Facilitated.
thank you, by Professor G.J.R. Maud, Ms. Breers, and Colonel Melissa Pretorius. The subjects is covered during the course included
Kanti futhi-ke lo qeqesho-ke kwakuholwa Professor G.J.R. Maud, Mrs. Breers, no-Colonel M. Pretorius.
That's right.
Lokufunda-ke kwakunalo okulandelayo.
It included osteology, soft tissue of the face, indices, artistic anatomy, sex assessment.
Once again, lady, let me in terms of the osteology.
It is important as a section to identifying human remains in order to determine the reason of death. It is study of study of human bones, skeleton, cranial bones, etc.
Cranial will be the head. Cranial
Yes, cranial.
will be the head.
Yeah, this is like skull. It's like a skull.
In short, Ms. Nell, to be
Yes,
able to sort of reconstruct from the remains of a person, from the bones, as to how this person looked like during his lifetime or her lifetime.
It's like a study of bones. You can actually look at bones in order to determine what happened to that person.
Yes.
That is
And
osteology.
to determine the sex of that person, the
Exact-
gender.
The gender, that's sex, that's a sex, and yeah, that's
Okay.
regarding the gender of the
So,
bone structure.
so that you can tell from the bones, like the pelvic girdle, whether this is male or
or
female.
female, correctly, yeah. That's right.
Ms. Van Beek, you can just summarize.
Lady. Osteology. Ithi into yakhona. La usuke phela-ke uhlaziya ucwaninga naku phela-ke izicubuke zomuntu lapho-ke osedlule emhlabeni-ke zikhona-ke lapho-ke lapho kufanele uqoqeke ukwazi ukubona mase nihlanganisile ukuthi-ke lo lesekuhlanganisile bekumzimba womuntu-ke wesifazane noma kuyimuntu wesilisa. Kakhulukazi masibuka amathambo ethu awafani, kakhulukazi masifika lapha ngasesinye zokwazi ukuthi-ke la mathambo lawa njengoba emkanje sihlanganisile awumuntu wesifazane kodwa uma ezoma kanje futhi kuyabonakala ukuthi-ke awumuntu wesilisa. Osteology. Thank you, my lady.
On 29 July 2013, I assisted the training students from Stevenson University School of Humanities faculties of School of Science, the Justice. I provided them with invaluable experience by working on a variety of projects. The students had the chance to observe and interact with units of the center, such as EVG, facial identification, and the collection of identification of fingerprints. My work of the students was acknowledged by Dr. Haman Sabas, who was the Associated Professor and Departmental Chair Criminal Justice Program from Stevenson University, Maryland of United States of America.
Kanti-ke ngo-29 July 2013 ngasiza ifuqasha-ke abafundi balapha-ke e-Stevenson University la-ke khona-ke ufazo usuke ebutholakele bakwazi futhi nawo ukuthi-ke basebenze ngendlela futhi hlukene ngama-projects asuke enziwa kanti futhi-ke umfundi nesifundi umfundi nomfundi ngendlela futhi-ke sibabeka khona bakwazi nokuthi-ke bakuthi uma kuphenywa kwenziwa njani kanti futhi-ke noma kuphenya ngokwengqondo na futhi imidwebo lesuke yenziwe emala-ke nobuso-ke bomuntu bakwazi ukuthi-ke baqoqe imfanekiswana yensalela zeminwe nokusebenza-ke futhi nako-ke konke lokhu kwaqiniswa kwamukelwa ukufunda kwami kwaqiniswa kwamukelwa udokotela uHamin Shabazz olaphaya kwa-Department of Chief Criminal Justice Program laphaya e-Stevenson University e-Maryland, United States of America.
I completed the EFIT E6 course of MASTEC Midrand in September 2016. It's a vision metric facial identification course. It is a software program with components to create facial compilations on a computer.
Kwasowathi-ke lapha ngo-September 2016 ngase ngaqedela ukufuna e-EFIT 6 i-course yakhona apha e-MASTEC Midrand. Kanti futhi-ke ukwenza kwami-ke le course ukuthi-ke ngibe ngokuphelela kwazi ukukhomba-ke noma ngenza-ke ubuso-ke bomuntu wazi ukhomba umuntu kanti futhi lokhu ngifake kwi-software program yakhona ye-facial compilation on a computer program konke lokhu ifaka kuyona-ke i-program ukufake kwi-program ngikwazi ukubona lento ngithi-ke i-facial ubuso lobusesephetshiwe.
I completed a facial comparison symposium, which was hosted at the School of Anatomical Science, University of Witwatersrand, in March 2016. The symposium was presented by Professor Caroline Wilkerson of Face Lab in Liverpool and John Moores from the University of Liverpool, United Kingdom. Caroline Wilkerson is a British anthropologist and a professor in forensic facial reconstruction and craniofacial identification and forensic art.
Kanti futhi-ke ngakho futhi-ke nako ukufunda-ke malani-ke nombuso sobhetshiwe lapha-ke esikoleni engikhuluma ngaso i-anatomic science lapha e-University of Witwatersrand ngoMarch ka-2016. Ukufunda kami lokhu-ke lokufunda kwakwenziwa uProfessor uCaroline Wilkinson wase-Liverpool noJohannes Moores olapha e-University of Liverpool e-United Kingdom. uCaroline Wilkinson lapha-ke uyi-British professor lapha ka-forensic facial reconstruction la kwenziwa khona futhi umdebe-ke wakhe umuntu kuzobona ngaso-ke umuntu wazi nokukhombeka yini na.
Warrant Officer, just in short, for the understanding of this qualification, would it involve, like, from the description, say, by a complainant, from the description that is given by the complainant, you can then compile what you call an identikit?
That's correct, my lady. Basically, yes, you can, but the symposium was the comparison. It is basically what you do in our office is that we compare suspects with video images, so for instance, and also with identification documents. So, say for instance, the person was at a crime scene and it was caught on video images, then the suspect's been arrested. We compare the two together to point out that that person was at that scene during that time. It's the same person.
Video footage.
Normally the video footages will be recorded at the business or at the crime scene where it happened, and then the investigator will go and fetch the video images from the crime scene that's been taken. And then maybe later stage, if he was arrested, that person been arrested, then they will take control photos from the person from all sides of his face, and then we will analyze his face compared with the photos of the images that was found on the crime scene. So we compare the control photos with the video footages to say the person was indeed at the crime scene or not.
Yabona ukuthi ke sibe nawo ke lo mdwebo ke walobuso. Isikhathi ke loyo osuke ezobika noma ezosichazela ngomuntu bade mhlukumeza uyamchazeke ahlambe wayifaka izibuko unehlelo lodwa indlebe yakhe ilumekile mase siyamdweba ke mase sidwebeke leyo nto uma sesidwebile futhi enye into yakisize uma lo muntu adesuke ekhona esigamekweni sokuthi ekushutha izithombe lapho noma videos qhathaniseke manje ukuthi ke lechazwe lokho sichazela idwebe kahleni inalo ukufana ukuthi yebo lo muntu ubekade ekhona lapha esigamekweni njengoba sibona ke ama video eyenzeke ke izithombe zayi lo muntu noma labo bantu abasuke besoke ngawo kabona wonke ama-angele la ngasebaceleni samsokudla sokunxele nala ngaphambili uqhutshwe futhi kube khona ukuqhathaniswa ke kwalezi zithombe.
In 2018, I also created a document entitled Laws of Face, which is temporary post-mortem depiction in art and science for the University of Liverpool. I made a complete manual on cases of which I worked on. The manual was submitted to the University of Liverpool for research purposes.
Kanti futhi ke ngasengenza ke le ncwadi esi Laws of the Face imithetho ke yabo ke ubuso la ngiswe ngidwebe khona nje sengichazile kanti futhi ukwenza kwami lokho ke ngasedlulisela khona ke University of Liverpool la ngenza khona ke okuphelele uma sengibona amacala bade ngiwenzile ngenza ke lo manual mase ngiyenzile ke sengidlulisela khona ke University of Liverpool ukuze baqhubeke nabo ke futhi ngophenyo lwabo mafuqhubeka nako.
In 2019, I was involved in a research project for University of Dundee together with Paul Matatuba, who holds an MCS and facial identification qualification. This research project was structured by Dr. Caroline Erolin, who is part of the Center of Anatomy and Human Identification of the University of Dundee.
Ani futhi ngonyaka 2019 ngangiphatheka iproject enze lapha University of Dundee sana ke Paul Mamathuba yena ke wayibambe iziqo za forensic art and facial identification ngakhohla ukuthi yiloku ubonakala ke noma ke ukhomba ke obuso lapho ke uDokotela uCaroline Erolin wayengxenye futhi yale Center to Anatomy and Human Identification lapho ke sokhonjwa ke phela ke isidumbu somuntu kwadlose khona phe University yase Dundee.
I have been in the service of the South African Police Service for the past 14 years, 13 of which consisted an employment as a forensic field worker.
Kana ukusanza wami ke motho semake 14 13 yale minyaka ekhomba ukuthi ke ngikhona ke la fielding la la kwenze khona izigama sicoshayo sithwebulayo esikale sikalayo.
Okay, first meeting with Warrant Officer BC Burgess. On the 2nd of March 2023, I had a meeting with Warrant Officer BC Burgess from the National Crime Scene Management Unit. He requested that I assisted him in a reconstruction of the case, which dates back 1967. This case the training to the death of Chief Albert Luthuli, reference number 103574/15/2021. I noticed that the file contained one photograph of the breach. A copy of the photograph is on page 25 of Annex B.
Sesake manje la sangibona khona no one officer OBC Burgess. Owena ke wenze ke leli cala nozwana uChief Albert Luthuli. Uqala ukubona naye. Ngomhla 2 March 2023 sihlangana naye one officer OBC Burgess lapha la National Crime Scene Management. Lapho ke wasengicela ke ucela usizo lwami ukuthi ke siphinde sakhe ke phela le ndawo la kwenza khona ke izigameko esenzeka ngo-19 ke la kodwa khona emhlabeni uChief Albert Luthuli. The reference number yalento ecothi ngiyenze yathi 10 ka3574 15 2021. Lo content wakhona isithombe ke esasisodwa salo ke i-bridge. Copy the photograph.
Yes, my lady.
Phela lesithombe siku page number 25 o exhibit msifakiso ubi.
Where's Mr. Trusi? To show the bridge. Or don't you want it?
Yeah, I think it's good.
I mean, there are members of the public who do not have Annex B.
As the court pleases.
Mr. Trusi, can you assist to show the bridge as depicted in page of Annex B? So that we all follow. Otherwise, people will fall asleep. Yes, I think the witness doesn't have to explain anything, just to show for the sake of the members of the public.
Yes.
As she reads her statement into the record,
Yes.
if it involves a picture, then let us assist by engaging with the people who have an interest and who have come to listen to
Thank
Ms.
you.
Nell's evidence.
Thank you, my lady.
And this photograph is part of your presentation that you're still going to make
That's
in a
right.
PowerPoint form.
Yes, that's right. That's,
Of
that's
the
part
photos
the-
themselves.
Yeah, that's 100%, my lady. Okay. One of the BC Burgess showed me his scientifically and mathematically calculations of the train which he worked out based on the statements of inquest witness of Mr. Ladegam and Detective Lewis, as well as a consultations that he had with Mr. Labaskachny from one of the steam trains. One of the Burgess also provided me with information related time of the incident, as well as the specifications of the Umbuti railway bridge. Other inquest documents received from one of the BC Burgess were medical reports, the statements of Maurice J. Dubert, statement of Dr. Jacobus Johannes van Zyl, the statement of Dr. Mary Gregerson.
One officer Burgess so ngikhombisa ke lokhu ke ayise kubalile wasoke isitimela lesi sebenza product man lezi ke za inquest noma ke ngokuthi ke ukudlula emhlabeni kwaNozana Luthi kwakunda kwadalwa yini kanti futhi ke lo fazi Mr. Latakhan me detective lo kanye nofakazi Mr. Latakhan no detective Lewis kanti futhi ke nokhuluma ke naye ke umnumzana uLabaskagni osebenza pha eWonder Steam Trains. What officer OBC Burgess wasenikeza futhi imininingwane malake nesigameko lesithwasa njalo pha kumvoti railway bridge now kunye futhi ke amaphepha ayikhona ke lapha awathola uwarrant officer OBC Burgess malake nembiko yodokotela Minister Dr. Mauritius J. Hubert, Minister Dr. Jacobus Johannes van Zyl, Minister Dr. Gwendolyn Mary Gregerson.
In order to assist with the reconstruction of the crime scene and depiction of the scenarios, I needed to obtain further information from the locomotive expert, Mr. Labaskagni. On the 6th March 2023, I met up with Mr. Labaskagni at Wonder Steam Trains in Hermanstad. I asked him if his knowledge pertaining to the Class 15CA locomotive. He showed me a locomotive Class 15CA had been restored by him. I provided an explanation about the specification of the train, and I then took photos of the locomotive Class 15CA from all sides, including the driver's cab.
Kanti futhi ukuze phela ngikwazi ukuthi ngithole usizo ukuthi ke ngiphinde ke ngisakhe ke noma ngakhe ngidwebe indaba ke yaso ke isigameko ase ke ngithola ke imininingwane kunake ungqopchop wenuzana uLabaskagni wazoke izitimela noma ngaso nesitimela ngomhla 6 kuMarch 2023 ngahlangana ke nanozana uLabaskagni lapha eWonder Steam Trains eHermanstad ngase ke ngithola imininingwane ke imali ke neclass 15CA kanti futhi ke wasewa ngikhombisa ke futhi ke isitimela esiclass 15CA ekade sigcine ke uyena wasenikeza futhi ke nencazelo nalokufunakalayo kwasoke isitimela ngathatha ke izithombe ngashutha izithombe kona wonke ama-engela aso isitimela uclass 15CA kanye futhi ke nekalishi ke futhi ke noma indawo la kuhlala khona ke umshayeli umqhubi wesitimela.
And what is depicted there from page 8 of your annexes, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, my lady.
Lo ngikhuluma ngako la ku-course number 8 kwincwadi yami efungelwe iwona lo sibuka laphana ke kumambona udomncane wala enkantolo.
It was important to me to obtain as much information, including specifications pertaining to the locomotive, for the reconstruction of the scenes and the creation of the scenario illustrations.
Ngithola kakhulu ukuthi ngithole imininingwane ke owanele ukuze ngikwazi ke phela ukuthi ke ngibona naso isitimela lesi nokuphinde siphinde phela sihlanganise ukuthi ngempela phela sikwamekeni kwenzakalani nangendlela futhi ke okwenzakala ngako.
The following are photographs which were personally captured by me as per page from 8 to 12 and Annex B. This page here is the first page, it's page 8. 3 photographs on page 8. The first one is the front of the locomotive.
Masbuka lapha ke ngihamba ke lapha ngiyosho ukuthi shusa ke izithombe zazoke lesitimela masibona lapha ala nje siveza khona manje lesitimela.
The second one be the left side of the locomotive from the fire side.
Masike isithombe esandla lapho B iside ke la soke isitimela nala kuhlela khona ke lo osuke efaka ke amalahle emlilweni esitimela.
Then see the right side from the locomotive, the driver's side.
Masekuthi lapha ke point number C kansami ke sokudla esitimela la kuhlela khona ke umshayeli umqhubi wesitimela.
3 photographs on page 9 it's been taken also. So on page 9, you will see another 3 photos.
Uzophinde futhi ke ngiqhubeke ngithi lapha ku page noma isikhathi ukhasi number 9 kulethombe ezintathu futhi lapho ke ezashutha beyathetshulwa.
The first one, the right of where the train driver normally sits. This was taken from the front buffer beam, the red metal plate. It is part of the train which protrudes from the body of the train.
Kanti ke masibona lapha kuyabonakala ke esansam sokudla la udriver evama ukuthi ke ahlale khona mase futhi ke siphinde sithathe futhi kwi buffer beam lo okuphumelayo okulungile lapha estimeleni la kubovu khona ke la kuphumayo ke lapha ke emzimbeni waso ke istimela.
The second is an angle slide towards the right side of the locomotive on the driver's side. This photo was taken to indicate other parts protrude from the body of the train as it is in motion. This was done to ascertain which part of the train could have struck Chief Albert Luthuli.
Kanti masiba futhi kwenye angle mase siyaphathana ke sokudla kwaloke istimela nesadini la udriver ehlala ngakhona sisithoma ke sisithatha nje leyo ndawo ke futhi nayo ke futhi ke ithe kuphuma ke kona ke istimela futhi ke lokhu sikwenza ngoba sifuna ukuthola ukuthi ke istimela ngabe samshaya nendawo uChief Albert Luthuli lesikhathi istimela ke sihamba.
The third photo was photo of the buffer beam in line with the front red metal plate.
Kanti soma ke futhi lapha ke number 6 le buffer beam esikhuluma ngayo ngathi ke isemgqeni nayo le ndawo ke le ebovu lapha ngaphambili estimeleni.
On page 10, another 3 photos were taken.
Masisiya khasi ke number 10 kune ithombe futhi ezintathu ezashuthwa lapho.
The first one was a close range shot of all the parts behind the buffer beam. It is more in line with the edge of the steel plate.
Kanti sabapha ke some ke esishuthe lapho ke sisondele amanye ke ama parts ayo ke estimela lapho ke buffer beam yakhona futhi ke kuhambisana noma ke kusale nowodwa nale kundawo ke eyinsimbi lapho ke estimeleni.
Second one, a slight angle to the right side for a closer view of all the parts of the engine.
Masikuthi ke futhi ke ku angle nje kancane santhama ke sokudla siyabona lapho ya ama parts onke engine.
And a further angle right to the right.
Nalapho futhi sami ke sokudla ngishuthe futhi lapho kodwa kwenye angle.
Photograph on page 11. The first one, front part of the locomotive of the logo of the train number. The locomotive engine number is a different number. It is based on the number of the locomotive engine and not the model number.
Kanti futhi ke ingaphambili ayo ke estimela sibona ke umbhalo khona ke nenombolo estimela. Estimela sike engine engine number is different number. Kanti futhi ke inombolo engine inamba ke lo ehlukile. Leyo number ke isinikeza inombolo yalo ke engine hayi ukwakhiwa noma isakhiwo sayo ke engine.
That's the top, the number there. So it's not the model, it's just the engine. That's the train itself, the locomotive itself, but it's not the model. Yes. Then we got a shot from the back to the front of the right-hand side of the locomotive engine.
Mase futhi sithombe lapha ke ngemuva ke lapha ke ngaphambili sami ke sokudla saso ke inayo ke yestimela.
A shot from the front to the back again, from the other side of the engine.
Phinde futhi ke so ngaphambili sangemuva kuyona futhi sami ke sokudla yayo futhi engine istimela.
The enlarged photo indicates the edges of the parts that would protrude from the body of the locomotive.
Kanti futhi ke isithombe ke sikhulu sikhombusa ke njengoba ama parts ayo ke istimela leko okusuke kuputshekele ngaphandle komzimba westimela.
5 photographs on page 12 was taken. The first one of the page 12, it shows the fireman's side and the type of window next to the fireman's chair.
Lapho ke sibona ke manje ke esathi la kuhlala khona ke lo osuke efaka ke amalahle ke lapho ke basa ke umlilo kanti futhi nohlobo lefastele duzane nesitulo sakhe lo osuke ke efaka amalahle khona lapho ke estimeleni.
The driver's side as well as a window in front of the driver's side, photos 1 and 2. These photographs indicate the limit view which a driver would have had when trying to look out of the window. Obstacles would have caused him to have a limit view. The railway track was more visible from the side window on the driver's side.
Kanti futhi ke ngase ngilakhe ku driver staleni lakhe selibona le first sithombe number 2 lezi sithombe ke lezi ziveza ukubona kwakhe futhi nakhona ngikubona ke okuhle kakhulu lapho ye ngoba ke lesathi ke liya driver ke mayebuka ngalo ke ifastele kanti futhi nezinto futhi ezibanga ukuthi ke nokubona futhi ngabe ubona kuphelele okuhle ke lapho track was more kanti futhi ke wona ke ojantshi ubona lahla kakhulu esidinge lika driver la ehlala khona efasteleni.
And see the coal section behind the driver and the fireman's chair.
Mase uthi lapha yakusi sibona amalahle ngemva driver kanti nesihlalo la kuhlala khona umlisa lo efakela amalahle emlilweni.
And number 3, the fireman's side looking towards the driver's side.
Mase uthi lapha ke udi ingxenye yakhe ke umlisa lo suke efaka amalahle esadini lakhe ebheke lasadini likamshayeli umqhubi wesitimela.
And E, the panels which was used to indicate the speed of the locomotive and the other equipment which will be used to prop the locomotive.
Kanti futhi ke nalama thuza sanizwayo ukuveza ke isivinini sokuhamba kwesitimela nokunye futhi okusonizwayo uthe kubhekelele ke isitimela khona lapho.
On 25 April 2024, I had a meeting with the at KZN with the TRC unit, consists of advocates from the office and the director of public prosecutor in Pietermaritzburg, as well as investigator of this matter. Based on material gathered in respect of this matter, I am of opinion of Chief Albert Luthuli, deceased, was assaulted, as opposed to him having been struck by the train. This shall be explained and illustrated in the paragraph as follows.
And on 25 April 2024, ngaba nokuhlangana ne-KZN TRC unit kuleo Timbage kwakhona ke nama advocates baphuma lapha bevisa baqondisa beshushisi khona la eMgungundlovu kanye futhi ke nomphenyi oludaba ngaloko ke sasitholile ke seko konke mina ke olwami ovoluthi uChief Albert Luthuli osengumufi sokuthi washawa okunosuke kuthiwa ke washawa ke isitimela kodwa lokho ngizochaza ngokuhamba kwesikhathi kulama paragraph alandelayo.
Mr. Ngobo,
And what you
sorry.
say?
Once you finish that explanation, we can then adjourn.
Or as the court pleases.
Before we start on the next paragraph.
As the court pleases. So what you state there in paragraph 19 foreshadows what you have concluded with your illustrations that you will show in detail later on. Is that?
That's correct, my lady.
Kan lokho sekushilo ke la kufuna khona manje paragraph u19 umbuzo bese vese ichazile engisazonaba ngako ukuhamba kwesikhathi.
Okay. My lady, it may be opportune to take a break at this time, and then she will
Adjournment.
continue. Yes, an adjournment, sir.
Isna,
Please. Sorry.
we will adjourn the proceedings. It's been a long wait for you since last week. I'm sorry that
No, that's
I have to cut you short. I just need that when we enter this other arena of your illustration, we are all fresh.
Yes, I think so too. That
You
will be
think so
good.
too? So you agree with me?
I agree.
That we should adjourn. At this moment, we will adjourn the proceedings to the 13th of May 2025. And you are excused from the witness box and you are warned for tomorrow, the 13th of May 2025.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you.
As the court
Adjourn.